Good evening, everyone. The November 24th monthly meeting of the Dickenson County School Board is now in session. For the record, I'd like to recognize that all school board members are present. Tanya Baker, Board Clerk, Scott Mullins, School Board Attorney, and Haiti Robinson, Division Superintendent. At this time, would you please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. During the moment of silence, if you wouldn't care to remember the family of John Dotson, who John worked for many, many years in Dickenson County in many different positions. Board members, we have an agenda for tonight's meeting. Are there any additions or revisions to the agenda?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Hearing so, do we have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
If any opposed, say no. All right. Our next item is the consent agenda, which includes the approval of minutes, the approval of monthly invoices, revenue and expenditure summary, discussion of school activity funds, approval of field trips, approval of new elementary school construction invoices, the approval of the construction bank reconciliation document, and the Dickenson County Public Schools health statement account. Any questions or discussions about the consent agenda? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That brings us to our public comment section of the meeting. Mr. Hackney, will you please read the guidelines for public comment? And Ms. Martin, will you please be our timekeeper?
The period of time for public comment will be designated on the meeting agenda, during which the public may comment on issues related to public education. The Dickenson County School Board believes that the citizens of the county should be heard and that this is an acceptable format for receiving public comment. After the public comment section of the meeting is closed, the public shall not be allowed to participate in general board member discussions regarding agenda items. Public participation with the board members regarding agenda items can be disruptive, and the practice is prohibited by Robert's Rules of Order. It is the desire of the school board to treat each member of the public fairly and equally. Allowing one individual to participate while excluding others would be unfair. The board may hold such public hearings as may be necessary to allow the public to more fully express their concerns, or the board may place the public comment section of any meeting at the end of the meeting to allow additional public comments. While we do not wish to restrict the free expression of opinion, we feel that certain restrictions may be necessary so that order and reasonable standards of decorum may be maintained. We ask that the following standards be adhered. The speaker will be recognized by the chair. Each speaker will be limited to 5 minutes. Speakers will refrain from the use of vulgarity or profanity and will avoid negative or embarrassing comments directed towards specific children or students. Board members should not respond to issues presented by speakers unless clarification is necessary. Matters of concern raised under public comment will be referred to the proper official for investigation and future board member consideration if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Hackney. I would like to recognize Mr. Steve Short.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Ms. Robinson, first of all, congratulations to the Academic Scholastic Bowl teams for their success in the competitions this month. And in moving forward, as Team A is one game from having a perfect record in the district. Also, congratulations to the volleyball team on making the state semifinals this week. Wishing the best for them and good luck. And congratulations to the football team, which will be competing against Union in the playoffs this week for the regional semifinals. And I have to say, I may be sitting on the other side, but I love a good football game. It is quite obvious as to the hard work from all of these groups, as well as the good leadership from their peers and coaches, but not only from the peers and coaches, but from the teachers within their classrooms. Every seed planted can be a seed to success for all students. As we talk about success and loss, also comes what might be considered making choices. I learned years ago as a coach that you can't take a player out of the game for making one or even two or three wrong choices. Detroit Lions quarterback Jared Goff is a good example of that. Last week, he thought he was making good choices and he threw 4 interceptions. This week, he thought he was making good choices and he threw 5 touchdown passes. So we can look for someone to blame without looking at or even knowing the full picture. And in a loss especially, a lot of folks look for somebody to blame. And never is only one person to blame as a team. So as we look at points of contention in whatever the situation, we as coaches, or whatever our role may be, must ask ourselves, how can I help be part of the solution?
Thank you, Mr. Short. Board would like to recognize Ms. Phyllis Mullins. Welcome, Ms. Mullins.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here this afternoon. I also wish to congratulate all of our sports teams and academic teams and everything. I agree with Mr. Short that we need to look at everything that we say and do. So the DEA is going to work along with new legislators as best that we can and try to help bring money and raises into our school system. We will be meeting with legislators later on this year on Lobby Day, and we will work tirelessly for Dickenson County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mullins. I'd like to recognize Dr. Lurton Lau. Welcome, Dr. Lau.
Hey there. Good evening, all. I know all of you, and all of you know me. So I'm here, of course, for the matter of hearing the possible removal of Superintendent. The first line of the petition is, "We, the concerned parents of Dickenson County." Well, I'm a concerned parent also. I have a grandchild attending school here now, so it's not just a community concern, but I have a personal concern also. The first item, they say, is that we need to change the leadership because of weapons in school. As the article says, 2 alarming incidents involving firearms at school. Well, there was one incident of firearms in school brought by apparently an 8-year-old, an unloaded weapon in his book bag may have been shown to some of his friends, put back in his book bag, and was ready to take it home. No threats, no action, other than apparently may have shown it to some friends. The other incident was not a weapon in school. It was a threat of a weapon in school. Apparently 2 boys were fighting. One of them said, and it was on a Friday, one of them said, I'm going to bring a gun to school Monday and I'm going to shoot some. This was apparently overheard. The boy was referred to the law agencies and taken care of, and he did not bring a weapon to school. So one unloaded weapon in school, and it was apparently all school day because he rode the bus to school and was preparing, or was on the bus going home. There's also a statement that the parents did not receive information of this until they got it from the law officers, which is not accurate. The school board had a statement about an hour before the statement about the police was made. I know that in any incident where there's a weapon at school, there's a concern, but in this case, there was no threat, no action other than bringing it, showing it, maybe taking it home, or going to take it home. The second article is concerned of her handling of bullying. Bullying can always be present when you get a large crowd, a large group of people. It has gone on for years and probably will go on for years as long as there are crowds of people at times. The third incident reported, or third concern, was that Superintendent Robinson was making too much money, and it was perceived by some. Who perceived that? That's not pointed out in the call to immediate service. We have some information here that should be known by everyone. Hattie's salary is lower than all except her
Time's
salary.
up. Wow, sorry. Time's up, sorry.
Okay. Let me close by saying her salary is appropriate for the situation. Thank you all.
Board would like to recognize Ginger Center. No problem. Welcome, Ms. Center.
Good evening to all of you. I appreciate all that you're doing. The reason I'm here tonight is I'm worried about my beloved Dickenson County. And I want to know if some of you are really planning to fire Hattie Robinson. Surely you know that Mrs. Robinson's demonstrated fierce devotion to helping our children makes her incredibly valuable and makes it impossible to understand you're given even a moment's thought to firing her. Hattie's always been the children's champion. I know because I was there. She's also been the dread of staff members who shirk their duties. Fortunately, her firm and fair management has resulted in hard-working administrative staff, free from shirkers. I also ask you if you really intend to rely on this flawed, error-filled petition to help you decide how to vote tonight. To be clear, there's been one incident, not two, as the petition claims, of a gun being brought to school. And I understand this is the only incident of a firearm being brought to school that anyone can recall in recent times. To be clear, the petition's charge of a pattern of negligence regarding safety is ridiculous and dead wrong. Haiti learned of the incident on Friday, October 19th at 4:50 p.m. By Saturday, October 19th at approximately 11 a.m., a report of the event had been posted to the DCPS Facebook page and website. You know the importance of accuracy and the working with the Sheriff's Department. What more could be expected? How much more quickly could you act? Please do not allow this inflammatory, highly damaging jargon to influence you. The third paragraph of the petition references concerns about mishandling bullying within our schools and a failure to accurately report bullying. To be clear, Haiti cannot be in every classroom or every hallway. So this criticism actually falls on the administrative staff and its 350 members on whom Haiti must depend for this reporting. These are individuals who are on the front lines every day, serving our children, and many of them consider it a calling. Haiti supports these people, and so should you. Again, you need to carefully examine yourselves. If there's a problem, get to the bottom of it and provide the tools for fixing it. If the caring administrators are being maligned, shame on you for allowing a few loud voices to give our community a bad name while you blame the blameless school administrators. As for reporting, the crime, violence, and safety reports indicate that there was only 1 year in 2019, immediately before COVID, when no actual bullying cases were reported. Bullying instances reported every year thereafter through 23. Determining whether conflict was bullying or simply pure conflict is a school-level decision, not that of the superintendent. How can you fire Haiti for something that's not in her responsibility? And there's no proof that any school employee did anything wrong. From 2018 to 2020, the climate survey indicated that 84 to 89% of the students surveyed felt that their teachers and other adults cared for them and they felt safe. In 21, students were not surveyed due to COVID-19, but in 22 and 23, students surveyed indicated that out of a possible 6.0, 4.9 of the students felt safe and cared for in their schools. Our school's score of 4.9 was above the state's 4.8. Where then is the widespread fears and safety concerns that the petition claims?
1 minute, Ms. Senator.
Remember, not every conflict constitutes bullying. The Virginia Code states that bullying does not include ordinary teasing and horseplay. However, I understand that some of those making the charges refuse to participate in an investigation. How then can Haiti be criticized or fired for issues relating to an investigation that cannot be done? To be clear, Haiti is not paid more than others. Actually, she's paid $10,000 less annually than the average of other division superintendents in the region. Please keep in mind that you all have a bare-bones central office staff, and some of your key personnel are considering retirement. I suggest you immediately begin working hard with Haiti to address what could be a looming disaster with the loss of key leadership. Please don't waste valuable time listening to petitioners' inaccurate claims. To fire Haiti will be a breach of her contract, meaning you'll have to pay both Haiti and her replacement until her contract is fulfilled.
Time, Ms. Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I did ask the good Lord to bless all of you.
Thank you. I would like to recognize Mr. Harry Childers. Welcome, Mr. Childers.
Thank you. Good evening to you all. My name's Harry Childress. I'm from 171 Brush Creek Road in the Willis District. I've lived in Dickenson County and was educated through high school in Dickenson County, and luckily served on the Dickenson County School Board from 1978 to 1982. My wife taught in Dickenson County schools for 44 years, and other family members and relatives and friends have taught, and some are still teaching in the school systems today. I have grandchildren in each of the schools at Ridgeview and feel that they are safe, being well educated, and well taken care of. I have known Superintendent Robinson for over 30 years and know that she is a dedicated teaching professional who cares deeply for those children who attend school at Ridgeview. Superintendent Robinson has been a classroom teacher, a school administrator, a district supervisor, and the superintendent for Dickenson County Schools for 15 years. She has guided Dickenson County through the successful consolidation of schools and the conception, planning, and construction of the Ridgeview campus. This campus provides students in Dickenson County with an exceptional opportunity for an equal and equitable education. Academics and athletics have seen a marked improvement during her 15 years as superintendent. This campus was constructed without any debt to be borne by the citizens of Dickenson County. You've heard a couple times already about the reference, and there was only one instance of a gun brought on campus, and the reason I don't think you had metal detectors, we've never had an incident that I know of, and I'm a 73-year-old resident of Dickenson County. We've never had a gun brought onto a school that I know of, and I don't think anyone else can answer to that fact. The accusation that nothing's being done about bullying, I don't see that. You have 350 people here. So is this petition accusing all 350 staff members of Dickenson County, along with all of our SROs that are assigned to this campus, that they're not paying attention and not taking any action against bullies? I think not. These people are on the front line and serve and work with our children. These people have dedicated their lives and careers to making a positive difference in the lives of our children. And I know that for certain from my wife's career. Not all conflicts are bullying. And bullying is defined in the Code of Virginia, and that definition is what Dickenson County schools must comply with. As far as compensation, go look. I Googled a little bit just last night. The city of Norton, which is much smaller than Dickenson County, the county of Wise, which is larger, both of their superintendents are paid substantially higher than Ms. Robinson is, and they've both been in their position for well less than 5 years, if not less than 2 years, I think, on both instances. So it's there. So you can't say she's overcompensated when counties around us are, and even our small Norton city schools pay their superintendent more. I realize that each of you have your own thoughts about how to deal with the allegations in the petition. I regret that some of you may be subjected to an attempted recall petition because of your vote, which could be called bullying and also could even be attempted blackmail for someone to do their point, to do that. So, and I wanted to ask the question, Dickenson County's always had financial troubles. We still have financial troubles. Have we gotten well enough financially that we can buy out the contract to the current superintendent, hire someone to do that job, and then defend ourselves in a lawsuit for a illegal discharge, a wrongful discharge, and pay a potential award from that lawsuit? Thank you very much. I hope you'll make the right decision, and I'm a strong supporter of maintaining and keeping Haiti Robinson as superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Childers. Board would like to recognize Rachel Stallard. Welcome, Ms. Stallard.
Buddy, how about that academic team? It's really too bad y'all didn't have that when I was in school. I was pretty good at classroom Jeopardy. All right, well, let's just get into it. I have lived in this community for the biggest part of my life. I was asked to come here and speak Because we need to have a frank discussion about how you all are supporting your LGBTQ plus youth, or lack thereof. It is difficult to speak up for people who are afraid or often aren't in the position to speak up for themselves. I'm going to say things, and you're going to tell me they need to go tell the school administrator, as if it's not the very first thing I tell them. It is really hard to help make some of these folks feel better when I tell them that and they say they won't do anything, they don't care about us, we don't come from the right families. And it is absolutely heartbreaking to hear them say that. And I start to feel mad. But then it occurred to me when I was writing this that because nobody feels empowered to speak up, you all may not even know this stuff is going on. Let me just get right to it. Ms. Robinson, you and this board have failed in your responsibilities to ensure the safety of all the students within this school system. I feel that you have facilitated and perpetuated a hostile and unhealthy learning environment for the LGBTQ plus students in this school system. Furthermore, I feel that your lack of consideration for the needs of these students has led to a hostile and unhealthy work environment for your employees as well. I am making these statements based on 2.5 years of tears, frustration, and horror stories communicated to me by students, parents, employees, and other community members. I feel that this is absolutely an issue of culture and environment, because if it wasn't, and let me go ahead and trigger warning you folks who would benefit from that, because if this was not a culture issue, I would have not gotten a call a couple weekends ago telling me about how students were telling other students that sexual assault of lesbians was allowed as a punishment by God. We would not have students telling other students that they should kill themselves because they are sinners. School systems cannot control what words are brought from home. But when those words are used without fear of consequence inside a school, that's on y'all, and that's a culture problem. Many employees have communicated to me that they feel thrown under the proverbial bus just for treating LGBTQ plus students with basic human kindness. It's been communicated to me that there is a significant lack of clear and practical policies and procedures regarding best practices for supporting and creating safer environments for LGBTQ plus students. Employees have communicated that they don't feel adequately trained or informed on how to best meet the needs of these students, while also maintaining compliance with an ever-changing legal system. As a non-binary queer person that lives in this community, it is hard to not feel like this is neglect of queer youth and it's intentional. But I really don't think it is. Because I feel like the issue may be you don't know what to do and you don't know how to do it. And maybe you don't realize that you need to build these policies and procedures and you need to do it now. I feel like maybe you don't realize that you can do voluntary, and please take care to note that I said voluntary professional development trainings that educate and empower employees on how to care for these students. It really is okay to say you don't know how to address the needs of this population of students. This kind of hostile culture cannot be fixed overnight, but you really need to start trying now. Because if you don't, you will no longer be able to say that you did not know that there was a problem. So please, consider this your arrow in the wall. And it does not matter to me.
Thank you, Ms. Stoughton.
Yep.
Board would like to recognize Mr. Justin Lyle. Welcome, Mr. Lyle.
All right. Good evening, board members. My name is Justin Lyle. I thank you for the opportunity to address you. I have lived in this county my whole life. I have 2 children enrolled in the Dickenson County school system, a 3rd grader and a 7th grader. This school system has failed them along with every other child enrolled here. Just by the grace of God, nothing happened that terrible day when a firearm made it into one of our schools. Nothing the school system did prevented this. There were actions that could have prevented the situation from even occurring, but the necessary actions were never taken until after the event, which is inexcusable. At the last board meeting, it was said that around $1.7 million had been spent on various safety and communication equipment. Metal detectors were purchased but never used. Then when they finally decided to use detectors, they were outdated. And issues may have existed in calibrating them due to being so old. And that was from y'all's public release. That statement was from the superintendent and school system. Also, the various communication equipment that was purchased was not effectively used to notify parents of an incident relating to a firearm. Only a Facebook post was made hours later, which is completely unacceptable. This school system needs to be more transparent with the community. Effective leadership is defined by results, not attributes. You don't get any medals for trying something, you get medals for results. Leadership is not about being in charge, it's about taking care of those in your charge. The current superintendent has seemed to downplay the threats and the subject of bullying that is in our schools. Holding off on making difficult decisions or even sugarcoating reality is of little use in the position of being a leader. The school system just recently sent out an online post about a Dickenson County Public Schools bullying incident report form for parents, students, and guardians to report incidents of alleged bullying that have been witnessed or experienced. This is another way the school system has been reactive rather than being proactive. I find it odd after the community pulled together asking for change, the school system finally takes some action, but don't you think you're a little late? This is a prime example of downplaying issues in our schools that I just mentioned earlier. Because if she says there's no bullying going on, then why put a form out? If this form was already out there before, I have never seen it myself. I just recently saw the post with the form on it. Why wasn't it sent home with all the children that attend the county schools and a post made earlier making all parents and children aware of the form? If this form has been around for a while, anyone passing through this county has seen the anti-bullying groups set up in various places throughout the school year. So there were folks saying we had a problem all along, and the superintendent was just either ignoring or downplaying the issue. So why now? Is it from the public pressure or because there was a known problem that was never dealt with? Another issue I have with this school system is the consequences of school attendance. Yes, I agree 100% that attendance is important, but a child shouldn't be punished for missing school, especially in an excused absence. Children cannot help if they get sick, and sometimes things happen. The punishment I'm talking about is the grade point average been deducted for children missing school. This school system sends home a Chromebook for the children to do work on. Once the child submits the work they missed, there shouldn't be any additional grade deductions for being absent that day. For the children that don't have internet access in this county, paper copies of work could be sent home for the child to complete and return to school. I want to know what kind of repercussions the superintendent and any other staff faces for any of their own absences. Because I know the superintendent is salary and she still gets paid, so what punishment does she face? I also learned at the last meeting that the school system's lacking in taking care of special care needs children. There's no reason that these children don't have their own playground equipment. Saying it has been ordered is entirely unacceptable. And the board members, you should agree also. Ridgeview Elementary has been planned for years and has been open now for 2. It shouldn't take that long to get something done. That's just someone not doing the job that they're being paid to do. I travel around this county daily and have conversations with a lot of people here from all corners of the county. I would like to know how many of you, the board members, travel around your respective districts and talk to folks and ask their opinion on the direction of the school system. And I'm not talking about just during election time. I would guess probably not many, if any of you, or there would have been changes made a long time ago. It amazes me how many Dickenson County children are either homeschooled or attending school in neighboring counties. I've had several folks mention to me that if the leadership ever changed over our school system, they would consider bringing their children back home to our county schools. But there would have to be a change. I've got a lot more.
Thanks, sir. Would like to recognize Wendy Deal.
Good evening. I would, first of all, would like to know if I could address Mr. Lyle, if I could, just to clarify something that he brought up. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. No disrespect, Mr. Lyle. No disrespect whatsoever. I appreciate everything that you have done for our county. But I think just like most of Dickenson County, you are very unaware with what's happened. That boy that brought the gun to school, it had the matching bullets in the bag. The matching bullets was in the bag. A threat was made to my son and to others. The sister of the boy said, "I'm going to have my brother kill you all." So you can understand why I'm so upset. We need transparency, and it's not your fault, Mr. Law. People are not transparent. You had no idea, so I'm not in any way showing any disrespect towards you. My name is Wendy Deal. If you remember, I emotionally spoke at the last board meeting over my son being bullied. I feel Dickenson County school system has failed my child. A criminal threat was made to my son and to others by the sister of the boy who brought the gun to school 11 days prior to the incident. When that threat was first made, my son and others were brought to the office for questioning. I was never contacted, nor was any other parents. We knew nothing of the situation until the investigators called me on a Friday evening. Ridgeview Elementary Administration didn't make a connection of these two incidents. A concerned source notified the sheriff's office. They then started their investigation, and that is the only reason I became aware, or we became aware. Mrs. Robinson states she feels these two incidents weren't related. She insists that almost two full weeks, Miss Robinson, went by with nothing said or reported. She thought it wasn't credible. With all due respect, Mrs. Robinson, that is not your job. The sheriff's office found it credible and began a thorough investigation, ending in charging the girl who made the threat. I was emotional last time. Call it a mother's intuition. I never felt good from it from the start. But I want to know, why was the proper steps not taken when my son's life was threatened? Why was I not notified? Why was the SROs not involved when a threat was made? As a parent, imagine my state of mind. I reached out to board members. Mr. Hackney, Mr. Rasnick, and Mr. Vanover responded with concern, and I appreciate you three. With proper direction, I feel this could have been handled differently. In my opinion, Mrs. Robinson minimized the situation and did not take it serious. So much trust has been lost. Acknowledging mistakes, being honest, and communicating would have completely changed the situation. Ask yourselves this question: how would you feel if this was your child? Thank you.
Board would like to recognize Kayla Hill. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Kayla Hill. I've corresponded with each of you within the last month in some form apart from your attorney, Mr. Mullins. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me speak tonight. You all know that I've recently became dissatisfied with the school system and have increased concern for safety of our children and all students more so recently. I know that metal detectors and increased security measures have taken place since the last board meeting, and we appreciate that. However, it is sad that it took recent events for these safety measures to take place. I have 2 children who attend Dickenson County Public Schools. I'm a parent you rarely ever hear from, and I feel that the school system has failed my child and others. My trust has been deeply misplaced, and I can't stay quiet any longer. It was brought to my attention by another parent on October 24th that there was a threat made by a child to my son and a few other children dating back to October 7th. That child said that she was going to have her brother kill my son and these other children. The boy who brought the gun approximately 2 weeks later on October 18th is the sibling of the child who made this threat to my son and the other children. Just imagine our state of shock hearing this. I never received a call, a letter, an email from anyone. My son had to go to the assistant principal, Mrs. Belcher's office, to speak with her. There was no threat assessment done, and school resource officers knew nothing of this. This information just sat in the notes of Mrs. Belcher's office. School administration did not report the threat to the sibling that the sibling made to the proper authorities even after the gun was discovered, but was rather given a tip by another source. There were bullets discovered matching the gun in the child's backpack by law enforcement, and bullets were continued to be found on the bus within the next week after the gun was brought into the schools. This was all confirmed to me and my husband by investigators when he met with my son on October 25th. Praise God that nothing happened to anyone that day. I'm so thankful every day that he watched over my son and my daughter and the other children staffed in that school. There are many questions that we will never truly know the answers to. If anything, I hope this will bring more attention to this type of matter, and that is to be taken seriously. This threat should have never been dismissed and was poorly mishandled by Ms. Belcher and all school administration. I've yet to be contacted by school administration, and not even an attempt of an apology has been made. The administration needs to practice what they preach. If you hear or see something, say something. Never be dismissive. They simply failed us. Mrs. Robinson, the superintendent, met with me on October the 28th after I emailed her and expressed my dissatisfaction with Ms. Belcher for her negligence in handling this. I feel that it may have prevented a gun from entering the school had the proper measures been taken to handle this threat. She did agree that we should have been notified the day of the threat. Mrs. Robinson was aware of the threat on October 19th when she was contacted by the sheriff regarding it, meaning that when she spoke at the last board meeting on the 23rd, she knew this information and continued to state that there were no indications of any specific threat or intent to do harm. Mrs. Robinson withheld this threat information from the board members, and they only found out from myself and other community members on the 24th and thereafter after we began emailing and calling them. I feel the board members should have been notified of an ongoing investigation involving the threat and the gun being brought into the schools. I sat here at the last meeting concerned and upset and knew nothing of this threat and how the gun being brought had a connection to my son and the other children. This is disturbing. This is disturbing to me. During my meeting with Ms. Robinson, she says she still stands by the statement that she made on the 19th and on the 23rd at the last meeting. She told me that she still believed that the threat the child made to my son and the other children was not a credible threat. She feels that even though they live in the same household, that there is no connection between the two incidents. Mrs. Robinson made that decision solely on her own, even though it took investigators weeks to come to a conclusion. I personally do not agree.
Time, Ms. Hill.
Can I have just another second? Since then, charges have been made against the child for the threat. Now, how is that not a credible threat? The child making the threat would still be in school today if us parents had not met with the school administration and myself meeting with the superintendent expressing deep concern over it. It is my opinion that Ms. Robinson was not sincere with her apology to me that we were never notified the day of the threat, but I feel that she was more sorry that this information was discovered. Ms. Robinson relaxed transparency with the public and, in my opinion, was very dismissive of my concerns. I left that meeting only feeling more disturbed and disheartened than I did before when I went in. I truly feel we need a change in leadership now more than ever. We need someone who truly cares about the safety and education of the children and one who is transparent with the community. You are responsible for approximately 1,803 children in this school system. I want to know why you've put so much emphasis on cell phone use, attendance policies, and other smaller matters when safety and all well-being of these children should have taken priority long ago.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. I'm just trying to be fair to everyone. I'm sorry. Board would like to recognize Don Barnes.
I appreciate the board allowing me to speak this evening. I have been associated with school systems in the Far East, in the island of Barbados, many states within the United States. I know children do things that they're not supposed to do. I have even had an incident with Miss Robinson and hold that not against her because she was right and I was wrong. I understand the concern of the parents that are here tonight about safety, security, but I'm here to tell you tonight, board, having been a part of this system since the inception of this school, working both in Wise County and working here in Dickenson County. I say this, and I say it every Sunday morning. We are fortunate in Dickenson and Wise County and Norton City schools to have the most godly men and women anywhere across the United States. We have people here in this school system that sacrifice every day for every student, regardless of who they are. I know that personally. I see it personally. And speaking of special needs children, I see the heart of the people that work with them, the sacrifices they make, the service they provide for those kids, and it is beyond belief. I see these school resource officers. I see these school resource officers every day that I'm around, and they care about those students as well. You go anywhere across the United States, and I can assure you, you will not find a better school system. You will not find better teachers. You will not find better support staff. You will not find anybody that cares more about your child. And let me say this in closing. Security, safety, and sacrifice begins at home, teaching your children. Teaching your children. Listen. Hey.
Just,
It's my turn.
guys, please, just make your comment. Let him make his comments.
It's my turn.
Please let him speak.
I am a father. I am a grandfather. I am a great-grandfather. I have children in this school. I have grandchildren in this school. I am taking up on behalf of my child. I am, because I know that discipline is handled. I know that the resource officers are made aware of things. And listen.
No, that's enough rhetoric. That's enough rhetoric. We don't need to hear it.
I apologize to the school board. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Ms. Robinson, I appreciate you. I appreciate the teachers. I appreciate the staff. I appreciate those cafeteria workers. I appreciate the janitors that work in this building to keep it clean. And I would beg each and every individual, look at yourself before you put blame on somebody else.
Thanks, sir. As we, board would like to recognize Mr. Jerry Scardo. And guys, as we go through this, please be respectful. Let's allow everybody to say what they need to say and don't talk over one another. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. I know that bullying is not new in schools. It's always been around. Teachers and administrators have always had to try to combat it. My son in Clintwood High School was bullied. He could ride a bicycle standing on its seat, just sail it down the street. But one day, white as a sheet, he said he fell off the bike, off the high sidewalk near Clintwood High School. A week later, we got a very distressed call. A woman had come within a hair of running over my son, who had been pushed off his bike in front of a moving truck. The bully had a tough home situation. I called the probation officer, who seems to make light of what happened, but he must have said all the right words and helped the young lad. It never happened again, and the bully became one of the finest young men out of this county. Another time, a Clintwood High School student, famous for bullying, flipped the script on my son. The principal had him taken to court. The judge praised my son to high heavens. The principal was so mistaken, but no words were ever said against him, the superintendent, or anyone. I have helped run many petitions to resolve problems, work on change like clean air, clean water, never a petition to take a job from someone. Things can happen on your watch. You're not the cause. It is not resolved magically in a day. It takes time to line out facts before anything else. And then it takes time to make changes and improve situations. And I really do know that this county, all of the Board of Supervisors, everybody wants a better place. They work for it. Don't matter if you're Republican, what your party is. We're all in this together. When I look, I know another thing. We have lots and lots of resources. We're resource rich in helping students and kids in this county. The police officers are more like social workers. And if I were a student here and somebody was bugging me, I would know to talk to somebody.
And also, I know that lots of bullying is put down by other students. It's taken care of like that. If you look up stopping bullying on the internet, it says it's taught at home. Above all, I set the model for my children, the example. And you're taught that in military service. You set the example. You talk to the children. You help build a child having self-confidence. And that's often missing, a child not having the confidence. And you talk in the home frequently about bullying. In the old days, it was, we teach children, sticks and stones may break your bones, but words can never hurt them. And we'd say, let the words roll off the back like a duck's back. I go back to thinking about the flooding in this county, the historic floodings in 55, 77. Schools closed for weeks. Our buildings were old, so old no parts could be found for furnaces, cracks in the building. Most of the schools needed to be replaced. And then we've seen catastrophic flooding, first in Hurley, Oakwood in eastern Kentucky, Damascus, Giles County, western North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina. Chimney Rock is gone. Asheville is catastrophically destroyed. Lake Lure full of debris. Well, the school board knew all this, and they charged Haiti with working this out, and they did. And they got all the schools moved out of the flood zones at no cost. They saved this county, she saved this county, and the engineer saved this county $100 million. Her salary is not so much. I will say this about institutions, school boards, and teachers. They cannot defend themselves. It is the love and support of the community that keeps them strong. The petition to me looks opportunistic. I hope that things work out, that y'all work on the problems brought up and move forward in solving problems, not in getting rid of one of the best superintendents we've ever had, and she is underpaid. So with that, I will end this. I will say a petition is no way to end a remarkable career. There is such a thing as conflict resolution where parents and school can talk it out. And I thank you so much, and I thank y'all for all your work.
Thank you. The board would like to recognize Chelsea Deal. Welcome.
My name is Chelsea Deal. I spoke with you all the last time about my concerns. Since then, you all have had a lot of concerns regarding safety and issues in the school. On October 29th, I emailed every single one of you a proposal for a safety committee. I have received positive feedback from Mr. Hackney and Mr. Rasnick. Everyone else has been quiet. Ms. Robinson, you are a very hard woman to get in contact with. So with that being said, then I, along with a few other concerned parents, have been working out the details regarding the Dickenson County Safety Committee that I originally proposed on October 29th. There is a false narrative that children in our county are the teacher's responsibility while in school and the parent's responsibility outside of school hours. But in reality, they are the responsibility of the community. These children are the future of our county, and it is our job to give them the resources and education to be successful members of society. With that being said, I want to outline the goals of the safety committee and provide you with a detailed agenda so you're aware of our plans to bring the schools and the community together for these children. The safety committee wants to cover the elementary, middle, and high school to add an extra set of resources that may not be provided currently. We know with budgeting and curriculum, then there's only so much the school system can do. So let us, as a community, step in and help as well. Along with a monthly assembly per school, we would like to have an engagement activity every month as well. We would report plans and feedback every month to the school board, along with having monthly meetings that is open to the public. We have 5 moderator positions to ensure things are ran smoothly and have a chain of accountability. Those positions are chairman, vice chairman, secretary, public informant, and community relations chairman. We would strictly be volunteer and donation based, so there is no out-of-pocket cost for the schools. We have a tremendous support from the community and parents after becoming public with our idea. We ask that you approve this so we can get started in making a difference for these students. You all have a copy that I have listed the agenda, and I'm just going to touch base on a couple of them because I'm limited on time. We are going to go as far as doing gun safety assemblies and anti-bullying assemblies. Also, we are going to be touching base on acceptability for all students. We are going to try to do anti-drug assemblies. We're going to do drunk driving awareness for the seniors in high school around prom. We're going to do several things that have been concerns of these parents and of the community for a long time that has not been addressed. We also want to ensure that all staff is aware of where all safety equipment and updated policies are, continuous review of the safety policies with the schools with help of the school board, the sheriff's department, and then we're going to review the self-contained safety concerns and adaptable equipment and provide letterboxes in all schools so students and staff can let us know if they have any concerns, questions, or comments. These letters that they put in this box will be reviewed monthly at our meetings. So I come to you again with the proposal for the support of the Dickenson County Safety Committee, where our entire goal for the community is to be involved in the education and well-being for the future of our county. At the end of the day, education and prevention is the core for the safety of these children. It's not these parents' job because we all know not everybody parents the same. We all know not everybody parents in general. It's our job as a community. These children are the future of our community. That's the future of our county. These students are going to be sitting in your positions one day. One of these students is going to be in my position one day. It's our job to make sure they have the proper education to be able to do that. It is our job to be able to make sure that they know what to do in certain situations because they may not be taught. The school system can only do so much. You have a very extensive curriculum for all of these students. You have only so much budgeting. There's only so much you can do. But let us, as a community, help you. Let us put an extra set of eyes in there. Let us put extra resources there that you may not be aware of. So we ask that you please give us the green light tonight to go ahead and get this started so we can make the change that needs to be made.
Thank you. Would like to recognize Samantha Yates. Welcome.
Thank you guys for giving me the time to speak today. I'm Samantha Yates, and I'm from the Sand Lake District, and I'm sure some of you already know my name as I'm the one who started the petition. I stand before you not just as a concerned parent, because I have 2 children in Dickenson County Public Schools, but as a representative of people, many voices in our community that shared a common goal, an unrest that I collectively saw. The safety and well-being of our children in the school environment had seemingly been neglected.
I'm sorry, Miss Yates. Miss Yates, could you speak in the microphone?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Can you hear me better now?
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. It's with a heavy heart that I bring forth deep concerns regarding the leadership of Ms. Robinson. We believe it is time for her to be relieved of her duties as it has become increasingly clear that she has become negligent in her responsibilities to safeguard our children. We have witnessed a troubling rise in bullying reports, heartbreaking incidents of suicide, and most recently, alarming incidents involving firearms within our schools. And at the last meeting, I learned of the lack of troubling accommodations for our disabled students that I wasn't previously aware of before. You still can't hear me? I lost where I was now, I'm sorry. It's unacceptable that we have not had functioning metal detectors in our elementary school from day one. How was that an afterthought? Why did we have them in the high school and the middle school, but none in the elementary school before it even opened? It's like the elementary school was an afterthought, and then there was no use of the ones in the beginning of the school. I don't understand why they weren't functioning from the days that the doors opened. That's a very defensive stance on a proactive problem. School shootings in America have only continued to rise. We should have not waited for it to come here. I know the gentleman pointed out that we had not ever had a gun brought into Dickenson County schools previously, but why would we wait to do something about that until after it already happened? That's deeply confusing. And another point of the proactive versus reactive, the bullying report. Why has that come after so many questions have been brought up about the bullying reports that have occurred? I know that it's been misleading with the transparency of how many bullying reports that the county actually receives, and what is determined as bullying seems to differ greatly between students and their parents and Ms. Robinson's personal opinion, or the people who enact that, the compliance officer, the principal, the counselors. All of this chain of command seems to have a very different view on what bullying is, and I think that we should really take into just the students and their families' account more than what is currently being taken into account, because there's a big gap in data there with the school reporting none to very little, but parents reporting hundreds of occasions. That's a very concerning transparency gap there, and I think that there could be a better way to close that gap somehow than what has been done in the past. And that's just another point that you guys are choosing to be reactive about a problem instead of proactively choosing to fix it before it continues to carry on. The parents have voiced their concerns, and we really want change. We really want to feel safe sending our children and our grandchildren to school. The lack of proper accommodations for our disabled students, I can't believe I even have to say something about that. Months of years of planning those schools, why weren't there any accommodations in place before the doors were ever open? Why wasn't through the very first day that students walked into those brand new Dickenson County schools such a wonderful opportunity for the children in this area to receive, but it wasn't wonderful for every student that walked through the door? Why wasn't that thought of until how many years after the fact now are we trying to go back? Thank you. The list of shortcomings under Ms. Robinson's leadership is extensive, and it's lasted a long time, and that's at the fault of the parents for not choosing to be proactive before now. But we have chosen to speak up now and be proactive, and we're trying to make a difference in our children's education. And I'd like for the board to consider all of the parents who spoke here, whose weight should be carried with a lot of weight, what some of these parents have said here tonight. And I hope that you guys consider that moving forward in the future with the decisions that you make that affect our children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, I also have a copy of all 1,000 some signatures if you guys would like it.
Thank you. Would like to recognize Vicki Standifer. Welcome.
Thank you again for allowing me to speak. I've got a few things here to discuss. We met with Miss Robinson shortly after school started, and she requested it. She requested it after we started protesting. Years before, when we requested to meet with her, so there was no answer. But after we started protesting, she met with us. During our meeting, she told us there was no bullying, that she did not tolerate it in the schools. She wanted to speak to my grandson to discuss it, what had happened to him. He is no longer in the school system and is now happy. We advised her that we would not subject her to another meeting. We have asked for years and nothing was done. Last week, just before this meeting, 4 months after the bullying occurred, my daughter received a registered letter from Miss Robinson, again requesting a meeting with my grandson. We are not going to subject him to a meeting. He is happy. He's happier than he's been for a long time, and he will not be there, Miss Robinson. We tried for years, and it didn't work to get the bullying stopped. For years, nothing's done. Lack of action by the school system, in my opinion, is abuse. He, along with many others, has suffered this abuse. How many others will you allow to suffer like this? How can you consider a child being repeatedly verbally abused not bullying? How can physical abuse not be bullying? How can you consider threats not bullying? How can you consider racist remarks not bullying? Now, I'm not speaking about all teachers when I start this, but how can you consider teachers who belittle students not bullies? Third grade students belittled because they made a bad grade on a test. It was the worst in the whole school, so the teacher was ashamed of her students. Teachers who disregard a child's fear and do not report bullying. Teachers who do not want to teach students with IEPs. Teachers who send special needs students home unnecessarily. Teachers who send students out of the class unnecessarily because they don't want that student in their class, even though it was for a study guide, for a test. Children are suffering by your lack of action. They are afraid to come to school. They are suffering from anxiety, depression, isolation, and worse. Some are no longer the happy-go-lucky children they once were. This is hard to watch. It's hard to watch children go through this. This can change if policies are enforced about bullying. It has to start at the top. Any organization I've ever been in is only as effective as the leadership. It will take your leadership to change the culture of Ridgeview. Safety and respect for all students is vital. During the pledge, we said, one nation under God, justice for all. Do you believe that? Now, leadership that will eliminate bullying starts with teachers and staff first.
1 minute, Mr.
If teachers are bullies, students feel it is okay to bully. If there are no consequences for bullying, it's okay to do it. Bad behavior requires consequences. Lack of action to stop bad behavior requires consequences. We need a superintendent that cares about safety, cares about special needs students, and will not tolerate bullying, not just say she won't. You gentlemen are the ones who can do that.
Thank you, Ms. Stanford. Ms. Robinson? Ms.
Yes, sir.
Robinson, would you clarify that concern of Ms. Stanford?
Yes, sir. I would love to. We met the week after August the 12th, and Ms. Standifer is correct. We asked her and Mr. Maggard to come. Let me just say this. For us to investigate any incident of bullying, we must legally be allowed to interview all the students and get all sides of the story. The school division cannot take any remedial action against a bullying incident without firsthand information from the student. Just as the victim has rights, the accused student has rights. Mr. and Mrs. Standifer and Mr. and Mrs. Maggard have been repeatedly asked in person, and you're correct, Ms. Standifer, by email and by letter, to allow their child to be interviewed in your presence regarding the alleged incident, and they have refused. So it is very difficult for the school division to investigate. He is still a student with the Dickenson County Public Schools because he has gone virtual. And so he is still part of the Dickenson County schools. We still care for him, and we would love the opportunity to interview him, to talk with him, and to find out exactly what happened on the very first day of school. We have not been given that opportunity. Thank you.
You satisfied, Mr. Long? Thank Board would like to recognize Allison Mullins. Welcome, Ms. Mullins.
I appreciate the board and the opportunity for the public to meet tonight and the opportunity to speak. I believe that what really is happening with Dickenson County Public Schools is a breakdown in relationship. And I think there's a breakdown in the relationship between the school board and the superintendent, and there's a disconnect between the school board and the parents and the students and the teachers and the stakeholders. I believe that the superintendent keeps the school board at arm's length when it comes to knowing what's going on with the stakeholders in the county. And just to say, regarding Dr. Lyle and Ms. Center and Mr. Childress and other friends of Ms. Robinson, with all due respect, I think it's the same situation with them as it is with you all. You hear her, but you're at arm's length when it comes to the rest of the community. I'd like to read to the school board, and I found this in looking at the relationship between school board and superintendent. I found a really good statement from Arlington County on their website, and they say that the superintendent's role is to implement the policy of the school board. It's not the school board's role to implement the policy of the superintendent. In implementing school board policy, they say, the superintendent promotes a healthy organization climate characterized by mutual trust, respect, and I'm going to emphasize open communication. The superintendent ensures that the school board is informed and supported in its work in ways that are consistent with the policy on the board-superintendent relationship. Now, I'd like to ask you, school board, you're talking about, Mr. Childress mentioned, you'd have to pay all these big dollar signs if you dismiss Ms. Robinson because of breaching her contract. I'm sure you're aware that if you find cause to dismiss Ms. Robinson, you don't have to buy out her contract. And I'd like to ask each one of you, and I'll look you in the eye when I ask you this, I'd like to ask you to answer this to the public. When Mr. Lyle's talking about all of this equipment that was purchased, I guess with grant money, metal detectors and other equipment that was supposed to be implemented by the school system, did the school board approve removing or discontinuing the use of that? Or were you even aware, or was that a unilateral decision by Ms. Robinson? I would submit to you, if you were not aware of that and you don't do anything about it, you're completely disregarding insubordination. You have the job of supervising the schools. It's your policy. If she didn't make you aware of that, that's cause for termination. Cause, in my opinion. I would also like to say, many of you know that my dad is he's deceased, a retired school teacher. Okay. When he got out of the Navy after World War II, Paul Skeens called him. He had moved up to Detroit to work in the auto industry, and Paul Skeens called him, and he said, Norman, we need a coach at Clinchco. And my dad said, wow, that's my dream. I want to come back and coach, and he did. And Mr. Rasnick was a superintendent, Judy Compton was a superintendent, Paul Skeens was a superintendent. Our community is about relationship. Paul Skeens trusted my dad. He knew my dad. We have to trust each other. We have to be open with each other. And we haven't had that since March of 2009. These people are here because they're frustrated. They don't feel like you are looking out for their children. It's up to you to do the right thing, and we're asking you to do the right thing, and we will stand behind you if you have the courage to do the right thing.
Board would like to recognize Kathy Harrison. Welcome, Ms. Harrison.
Good afternoon, board members, Mr. Chairman, Superintendent Ms. Robinson. It's been a while since I've been to a school board meeting, but I've had some concerns, and then, you know, you can't live in a community like ours and not hear the concerns of other parents and grandparents. I have 2 grandsons in the middle school, and I have 3 great-grandchildren in the elementary school. So I'm in for the long haul with their school systems. Before I get to the meat of what I want to say, I would like to say that one of my grandsons in the middle school was bullied. He told his teacher. His teacher sent him to the office. He reported it to the office, and he also gave the names of the boys who were bullying him. Those boys were called to the office. I'm assuming to, you know, hopefully correct the problem, but as soon as the boys got back to the classroom, they bullied him for being a tattletale. So he reported it again. And again, he was sent to the office to tell the administration. The administration, from what I understand, said, okay, we need to pull the counselors in. Now, as far as I know, he's not been bullied anymore. Neither he nor his mother has told me that he has. But I don't know if that really stopped it. I hope the administration put a stop to it. But there is bullying going on in our classrooms. Our students need to feel protected enough to give the names of the students who are bullying them, that there won't be a retaliation. So that might be somewhere where you need to step in and say, you know, you'll be okay. Say something, see something, say something. Let it be so. The parents who spoke previously, I know anyone who's been a teacher, and you get close to your kids, and you get close to the parents of those kids. Those were my kids that they were talking about. They've been friends since story time. And the parents are, they're mine too. When I found out they were involved, it was very disturbing. Now, in my opinion, when there is 2 weeks between an incident like it was where one threatened to bring a gun and shoot, and then 2 weeks later a gun was brought and shot, maybe I've read too much James Patterson, but in my opinion, that's premeditation. That's planning time. The performance of the superintendent is on the school board. I did some reading on the Virginia School Boards Association, and they suggest that superintendents be evaluated every year. I, of course, do not know when the last time Superintendent Robinson was evaluated, but I believe she is due for a major and thorough evaluation by the Virginia School School Boards Association, they revised the evaluation documents in 2022. So if you haven't been on there and you haven't read it, then you need to, because it's got a lot of good information. It acknowledges that the job description of superintendents have changed with the changing times, with the safety and with the bullying and, just everything in general. So I would urge you strongly, at the very least you can do is to do a thorough evaluation of Mrs. Robinson in her role as superintendent of Dickenson County Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Board would like to recognize Joni Baker. Welcome.
Good evening, Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the Dickenson County School Board, esteemed staff, valued community members. My name is Joni James Baker. I live at 2017 Richard Long Road, Nora, which is in the Irvington District. First, I'd like to take a moment to briefly speak to my district school board member, Mr. Damon Raskin. My family and I love you. You are a man of noble character, top class, and your legacy will always remain intact. We hold you, your precious wife, children, your grandchildren in the highest regards. Your lifetime dedication to the children of this beautiful county is and will always be greatly appreciated. Now, before I begin, I want to clarify something. I was not a part of the recent investigation conducted by the Dickenson County Sheriff's Office, nor am I speaking on their behalf or for Sheriff Jeremy Flinton. I wanted to address a very serious concern, which we've all heard about, school bullying. Reflecting on my own experiences that I witnessed in school and throughout 20 years of law enforcement, it pains me greatly to remember how we tragically lost students to suicide due to the relentless effects of bullying, while other students who were bullied suffered deep anxiety and depression issues that changed their personalities. These experiences should serve as a sobering reminder of the critical need for effective and compassionate leadership in our school system. It's not an issue to be ignored nor played down. Unfortunately, our current approach seems to be more of a Band-Aid, a series of knee-jerk reactions to the deeper systemic issues at play. It is clear change is needed now. The lack of effective communication between our superintendent and the school board is alarming. We've heard instances where important decisions were made without prior consultation or notification to our elected board members, such as removing the metal detectors, which had never been in operation, from the schools without consulting you, our elected school board members. This is not just unacceptable, it undermines the trust and accountability that our community deserves. The concerns and morale issues that citizens have lie squarely at the feet of the superintendent. I've also, as the board represents the voice of parents and grandparents and the community, the superintendent is accountable to you and by extension to all of us. When effective communication breaks down, our ability to address serious issues like bullying and student safety is severely hampered, which results in filling an auditorium as we are today to speak with each of you. Moreover, we cannot ignore the recent incidents that have raised alarms regarding the safety of our students and staff. While we understand that no solution can eliminate all risk, we can take significant steps to reduce them. A knee-jerk reaction is not the answer. In fact, more thoughtful, collaborative discussions with the school board, the sheriff's office, and community members are imperative as we streamline and navigate these complexities. As a parent and grandparent, I would like to see more collaboration from the school with the sheriff's office to bring awareness to the topics of bullying, vaping, alcohol, drugs, and teen dating violence. Take, for example, the current security measures at our school. While the hard work of our staff who are maintaining metal detectors and searching backpacks is highly commendable, we must ask ourselves if this is the most efficient and effective approach. Let's purchase and employ x-ray machines for backpack screening. allowing a more streamlined process dedicating one staff member to operate the x-ray, one dedicated to operating the metal detector, while our highly trained Ridgeview School resource officers stand by within their legal job scope to ensure the safety of the school community, ready to deal with any threats that may arise.
1 minute, Mr. Baker.
This change will eliminate 95% of the manual searches, enabling our dedicated staff to focus on more productive and supportive roles for our students. Additionally, we should actively invite appropriately vetted third-party speakers and subject matter experts to engage with our student bodies and classrooms about bullying and its consequences, along with other serious issues such as meth and fentanyl. Open dialogues led by trusted figures can foster awareness and respect among students, making a significant difference in our school culture. I also want to remind you, it is not the public's opinion that any of you don't care for the mental health and safety of our children. However, it is the vast majority's opinion that you make the hard decision to seek a new superintendent or a different path forward based on current and past incidents. Board members, with the utmost respect, I urge each of you to call for a vote tonight and choose a different direction for our school system, one that prioritizes our students' morale, safety, and well-being. The time of change is now. In closing, I came here this evening on my own free will as a Ridgeview parent and as a concerned citizen. No one encouraged or asked me to speak. I have heard from many parents who are concerned about future retaliation for speaking up. Let me emphasize, we are all stakeholders here, and our voices deserve to and will be heard without retaliation for doing so. Thank you for your time and attention, and together, let us champion a brighter future for our students, staff, and community of Dickenson County. Let's work towards a school environment where every child feels safe, respected, and heard. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. This time, that is all that have signed up for public comment. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Good evening. My name is Brittany Turner. So basically, I want you to know that the facts and the truth will stand. Our system within our school appears to be broken. School administrators did not follow protocol for this threat assessment. If so, the gun would have most likely never made it to campus, as students would have been interviewed and most certainly parents informed. And this incident still was considered not to be a threat, yet legal charges have now been filed. My child is best friends with these students who are threatened, and I fully support these wonderful mothers here today. You've heard from many various groups of parents and community members about the shortcomings of our superintendent and her staff. I want to share with you that special needs children are still being neglected under this leadership. Our new large schools are chaotic environments. They're impossible to navigate for individuals with a sensory processing disorder. If you don't know what a sensory processing disorder can be, it's high sensitivity or unresponsiveness to light, sounds, textures, and smells, a tendency to become easily overwhelmed in crowded or noisy environments. My son is diagnosed with autism level 3, non-speaking. He's 250 pounds and stands about 5'8". I know this is a chaotic environment because I'm a parent of a severely disabled child who's tried to navigate it. Our smaller schools didn't have these issues because they were appropriate and easily to access for students and their families. I was asked last year to keep my disabled son home for 4 days because he was self-harming at school. I was approached by the Director of Special Education and Mrs. Robinson that a solution may be to send him to Wise County to the alternative placement school, because they needed time to, I quote, prepare. My son's been in school in Dickenson County since the age of 2. He has had an IEP with your school system since the age of 2. Prepare for what? I was asked, in the meeting I asked, do you expect children with disabilities, with a disability like my son, to not cause harm in a classroom, to not self-harm, hit himself? And this day, he self-harmed against a brick building. I was asked, do you understand how hard he hit his head? Of course I understand. I live with it every day. Under the Code of Virginia, under Section 8 VAC 20-81-130, least restrictive environments and placements that special classes separating school or other removal of children with disabilities from regular educational environments occurs only if the nature or severity of a disability is that such an education in regular classes with the use of supplementary aids and services cannot be achieved satisfactory. Well, Mikey's behavior is communication. Mikey cannot speak to me verbally and tell me he's overstimulated and overwhelmed at school, and neither can the other children with severe disabilities. These children are not receiving an appropriate education at your school. I would encourage you to visit a self-contained classroom, see the struggles of the children and the staff. Once again, I ask you to consider making the appropriate accommodations for all special needs children with a safe environment that is accessible for them. We have state championship athletes, we have Scholastic Bowl champions, we have a college campus. Yet for students like Mikey, asking for a playground is just too much. Mikey still doesn't have a playground. I don't want special treatment, and I don't want you to feel sorry for me. I feel sorry enough for myself most days. This year, Mikey has made wonderful strides at your middle school. I will tell you that. You know why? Because he's not overstimulated. He's not overwhelmed. He can hear. He can smell. He can see. He can't do that at the elementary school. This is because he has direct one-on-one care and has a less stimulated environment where he can thrive. And that clearly states in the codes that this is what you're supposed to do for our children. That's all we're asking. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Connie Fuller. I've seen most of y'all quite a few times. You all know me well. I've got a son that is enrolled here. He's been bullied elementary school up into middle school. I've came to y'all numerous occasions on this incident. Was anything ever done? No. I was told by Miss Robinson herself, it'll be under investigation. To go talk to Miss Martin, things will be done. We will get back to you all on things. There was never nothing ever got back to me. My son had got stabbed at school with a pencil. My son was bullied on the bus. It got so bad, as y'all have heard me say numerous times, my son was bullied on the bus, bullied at school. My son even tried to commit suicide in elementary school. I pulled my son out of school. I got tired of it. You all, what's it going to take? Is it going to take another child losing their life for y'all to open your eyes? We're tired of it as parents. You all have kids. You all have grandkids. A lot of us have kids and grandkids. We need to make a stand now to have it stopped. All of us say it's time for a change. What change is that? Hades got to go. My question for you all, one question only to you all. Is it worth you all's job to keep her? If not, let her go.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Welcome.
First board meeting that I've attended, Greg Lyle, and in the Irvington district, Mr. Rasnick, I'd emailed you, respond back to me, or text message, and like I told you then, I'd voted for you, had faith in you. here. I've got, well, two sons that graduated Dickinson County, Dickinson County and Hayside. Both of them does well. I've got 2 grandchildren here at this school, one in the middle school, one in the elementary. Nieces and nephews. And I'm over the weapon at the school. Come through the door. And that weapon stay here all day long. This could have been prevented. You'd have had the detectors up to detect it. I've heard them talk about the superintendent position. I hold a superintendent position for the Commonwealth of Virginia, transportation. I am annually evaluated for my performance, what I do. We are liable, and that's what I'm telling you. She is liable for what's been going on here. Something's going to have to be done. There's going to have to be a change. And I just hope that you all think about this. If you all got children, grandchildren here, it worries me. But I can say one thing. Thank the good Lord that they've not been no fatalities happen here yet. So it's on you. It's on every one of you. And that's all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
My name is Melissa Stanley, and I know several of you. I attempted last. I just ended up crying. There's 2 things I want to address tonight. The first one, that Mrs. Robinson allowed these 2 mothers to sit back here and speak at the last meeting, knowing what had happened to their children. Scott, Damon, Rick, if that had been your children, how would you feel? I'll tell you how you'd feel. You would feel bad. Nobody wants to feel that. I love their boys, just like Brittany said. Their boys are friends with our little Brett, and we love them. Do you not think that made them feel like you all were making a mockery of them? That is horrible. Mrs. Robinson, I do not know how you sleep at night, but that's okay. I'm glad I don't know. Next thing I would like to address, and it's hard to follow Brittany. She said she didn't want any special privileges for Mikey. We don't. And she doesn't want pity. We don't want pity for Mikey because he has too much love for pity. Damon, if it was your granddaughters, you'd want them to have the same as every other child. Scott, if you would too. You've known me my whole life. You would want that too. And you all know me standing here has took a lot. I don't know how you all have allowed this to go, and not just for Mikey, for every special needs. And it really hit home to me. Brittany was talking to me, and she said, can you imagine the children that have a physical disability walking into that school, in the elementary school, and the first thing they see is a slide, and there's nothing for them. There's nothing for them. Nothing. And I know Brittany has addressed with Ms. Robinson several times about this, and there's nothing done. There's nothing done. So the only thing that I ask of you all, and I'm just specifically speaking to the ones that I know that have known me my whole life, Scott, Damon, Rick, you all know that it means so much to me, not just for Mikey, for every special baby that attends this school, to take into consideration the length of time that we have tried, that Brittany's tried, the whole county's tried to get something for our children, and it's never come through. But if you have any sports program, I'm sure that'll be seen through. Well, let me tell you, Mikey and those special needs babies are just as important to me as your Scholastic Bowl, your football team, and your volleyball team. I can tell you that, okay? And I hope when you all go home tonight that you pull up my Facebook and you look at Mikey and you look what a happy baby he is. He doesn't need your playground equipment, but he deserves it. And again, I just want to reiterate that these two mothers spoke at this meeting, the last meeting, and Mrs. Robinson knew that their children had been questioned and didn't say anything to them. Again, that was it was just like they were made a mockery of. I ask you all to take all that into consideration tonight. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Welcome, sir.
Howdy, how y'all doing? My name's Mark Mullins. I'm a lifelong resident of the county. I've got 3 kids in school here. And I'm standing here because I would normally never stand in front of a crowd, but there is a serious lack of candor and responsibility within our school system. It starts right there. Now, I've had multiple meetings with this woman, and I'm smart enough that I record my meetings because I feel that keeps everybody honest. Now, I would like to invite any of y'all to meet with me privately and listen to it because I have not been told the truth by this school system. Every person that works for this school is supposed to be a mandated reporter for child abuse, neglect, bullying, all this stuff. I have made several reports, including directly. Nothing has been done about it. So the only thing I really have to say is the only way we're going to get to do any better is if we make a change. You know, you guys can start with this change. You guys out here voting, you can start with this change. That's all I've got to say.
Anyone else? All right, so our next agenda item is to address the community petition seeking the removal of Mrs. Robinson. Anybody have any comments, discussion there?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight, speaking. This is a public school system. This is how this is supposed to work. None of us here, I think including all of us up here on the stage, want to be having these kinds of conversations. This is not where we want to be as a community or as a school system, to be talking about the things we're talking about. And serving on these boards, not just this one, but any of your local boards, there's difficult decisions that come before you. It is not anything to take lightly. It's very uncomfortable at times because we're a small community. We all know each other. We see each other at the grocery store. It's tough. I mean, this is tough, being up here. But I said, this is a public school system. The public has a say in how our school system is ran, period. If the public is demanding change, it seems tonight that's overwhelmingly so, then we must, capital letters, we must consider it. We work for you. Everybody up here, we work for you. That's a big responsibility. And I'll just say that I intend to uphold that responsibility at all costs. Thank you.
Anyone else? I would like to address. First and foremost, I would like to address the petition. And once this petition was circulated, I started doing work to see what was fact and what wasn't fact. So as I look back and I see the principals who are so diligent, and I see the SROs every day who's doing their job, and I see Ms. Robinson who's trying to do her job. And as a Christian, I have to weigh each one of those facets out. We are all human. We all make mistakes. So what I did is one thing at a time. I wanted to look and examine who is responsible. And it really comes down to the five of us, and we talk about metal detectors. The five of us on this board is responsible. And those metal detectors should have been there before. But we were human. And everyone who was trying to do their job. And I'm going to be as honest with you as I know. So immediately, all five of us voted in the metal detectors. So we fixed that scenario, which could have been terrible. But we know, and I have grandchildren here, and we know that it is safer today than it's ever been in history. So then we go on the issue on bullying. And as all of us, as generations change, bullying is a very difficult situation to address. And our administrators, our SROs, our superintendent, have to do the best they can do with what they have to work with. And then, as we examine that, the month of October was all anti-bullying. And there's a real sincereness. Because if you blame one, you have to blame every administrator we have. And you have to blame the school board, in which ultimately they all work for the school board. That's us. And we have failed you some. But it's our goal to create a better tomorrow. So I've examined that, and I think our school's safer than it's ever been. And I've talked to my little grandchildren about that. And even they feel good about the metal detectors. And, and then the other facet that was on the final accusation is about Miss Robinson being overpaid. So I wanted to say, well, let's examine it. Let's be fair. And so what we did is we looked to see what Miss Robinson was making versus what the Smith County Superintendent is making. The Smith County Superintendent is making $169,000 a year. The Grayson County Superintendent is making $149,000 per year. The Wise County Superintendent with 2 years' experience is making $131,000 per year. The Dickenson County Superintendent with 16 years of experience is making $130,000 a year. The average pay in District 7 is $140,840, which means they all basically have the same perks, and which means is that the superintendent in Dickenson County is making $10,000 less than everyone else. Now, our goal here is leaders bring people together, not separate you. And that's my prayer for you. And I thank you. Mr. Brad.
Well, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I will agree. You know, and like I said, there's different aspects of the petition. I won't get into the details of every aspect of it. I understand what Mr. Mullins is saying in relation. I don't have, and my comments are not related to Ms. Robinson's salary or the salaries of other superintendents. That's not based on, or that's not, I guess, for me while we're here. I know that was part of the petition. For me, we're here because there's a public outcry, and the reason that we're here is to hear that. We have to be responsive to the public. Like I said, I'll reiterate, the public's calling for change. That's why we're here, and that's what we're talking about. Well, and Wendy, I say this, and to everybody here, it's really, I mean, we're elected officials. It's not really about our personal opinions. It's not about us. It's about you. That's the only thing we're here to do. If the public demands change, that's why we're here.
I'll say this. If only these gentlemen talking here now, back in September, if they had held the same view as I had, none of us would be here tonight discussing this. Now, that's a fact. People get awful brave to say things. I can tell you, there was very little braveness in that meeting in September. If they had done, when Kelly Fleming came in here and gave his talk, it touched my heart in a way that nothing I've heard in here ever touched me. All of us have grandchildren or children up here, all 5 of us. All of the parents out there, I know better than anybody else, or my grandchildren aren't. I love them all, and I want to help them all. I served as an elementary principal 10 years. When you're a principal of an elementary school, with those from 4 years old up there, they moved the middle school down to us. So we'd have the 8th grade because they knew that we had a better home for them there, would treat them better, they could be handled better in a good way, to be somebody, with everybody being human about bringing them along for the purpose we're there, bring the goodness out in the teachers and all the professionals. I believe this is getting to be so off the point of what we do for children. I've got complete faith in those people in the central office that they're doing everything they can to help our children. I've got complete faith in our principals and our assistant principals that they're doing the right thing. This bullying stuff gets blown up and all the publicity around and everything. I can tell you what you do. Talk to those principals. Talk to them. How do you stop bullying on a cell phone? How many times do people do stupid stuff on a cell phone? They have to deal with all those things. It's almost impossible, but it is impossible to address through the policies that are in place in this school division. Everybody's got to help with this. It's not good to stand and throw stones at people. You've got to put the meat in to meet the need and to meet the urgency, and kids have to be treated well. You can't, most of them, I would say, most of you, let's go through the list. This isn't a hey, Cyrus and Clintwood thing. It's about having good people. Let's take the central office. Let's go down the line. Who sits in the office of the first one? Who sits on the left when you first go in the door? That's the secretary. Who? Mr. Dennis Deal. Dennis, where do you live? You live at Hayside, proudly. I knew you back in the day. He was a math teacher, I believe, and a good one. Let's go on down the hall. Karen Martin. Karen's a city girl. She lives in Martintown. Population 10, I guess, in my garden. Let's go on down the hall. Mark Mullins. Is Mark here? Mark, where do you live? Let's go on down the hall. Denisha, where are you? Denisha, who brought you up to the central office? Mark, who brought you up there? And best choices I ever made. Now, you say both of them, hey, Si, hey, Si, hey, Si. Let's go on around the corner. Pardon me? Tanya, an Overton graduate that I had as a student when I was at Overton back in the old days. I want you to listen to how many times hey, Si was called out here. Who's the principal at Ridgeview High School? Is he here? Who is it, Dennis? Chris Owens, where's he from? He's from Hayside. Who's the assistant principal at Ridgeview Middle? I'm sorry, at Ridgeview High.
I'm not sure what Hayside is. I don't understand.
I'm showing you the county up there. We're all the same. I picked the best people. That's what we're talking about. We've got the best people up there of anybody around us. They do our kids service, good service. The blame does not lie with them. All of it doesn't blame you can't blame the superintendent for everything. All of this is shared work. And all these people, what you've got to do is look at the whole picture and try to find a way everybody goes equal. This isn't exactly what we're here for. We want to help everybody make it right. We've got the people in place to do that. We've got the people in place to do that. They're well suited to do this. That's what I'm asking you to do, is help us. That's what we've been listening here this evening. I take it all in, but you've got to understand, this is not an easy path for any of us. Pardon me?
It's not easy. I agree with that.
It's not that way. It's not a division in the county. we all love all children. I don't care where they live. They need to be taken care of in a good way. They need to be loved. They need to be looked after. They need to be fed. They need to be treated right. That's why we had moved the first point. If these gentlemen had joined me in that meeting on the 14th, those metal detectors were going up that day. Nobody did that. Well, that's something you need to ask them. We wouldn't have been here in October. Honey, we talk in executive session. We're not out here in front when they say those things. I spoke up in there for it, and like I said, the pastors talk in there. It touched my heart in a way. I thought about all the kids. I don't think about just my grandchildren. I think about all the children. If that had happened that day, we would not be in this situation today. That's what I'm saying. What I said, ma'am, we're willing to work in every way we can with you. We were there once a month. We're trying our best to sit this out and see what's best. Well, what it does is tells you this. You need to talk to your principals and listen. Have faith in Chris Owens. Well, if you can't talk, let's find a way to talk to each other. Let's ask the people, to help you. Well, I said you've got a lot of people here willing to help. We need to try to come to a way we can talk. They're sitting right here in this audience. Well, if you don't want to listen to them, then, we're not going to have any success. You've got some of the best people here working for our kids that you've ever seen. And I want you to know, I talked to the superintendent. I told her I thought that was a good idea. I think I sent the email over. And I still believe that's the best way to do this. And within a calm atmosphere where we can talk details and times and things like that. And I certainly would be waiting. Well, did I not ask you to meet with? Did I not ask you to meet with Ms. Robinson? Well, I would ask Ms. Robinson to please meet with her and to help work this out. Ms. Robinson, can you meet with this lady, please?
Yes, sir, I certainly can.
Okay. Well, I think it's a wonderful idea. I do. I think it's something to be very positive for our kids. Yes. Pardon me?
Mr. Rasnick, I'm available to meet with with you tomorrow, but also let me say that.
Please let her speak, please.
Well, I would, the safety committee, I'm with Mr. Rasnick. I think that's probably a good idea. I like it. We are, and to speak of the answer, it's not on our agenda. And so we can't vote on things and place things on, if it's not on our agenda. That's Virginia law. So we can definitely take that up for the next meeting in December, which is early. It's just a couple of weeks off, but I know that's not the answer you want. But I know. It could have. And there's not this is not an excuse, but we have been distracted with quite a bit the last few weeks.
I'll apologize to you because I liked your idea and I read it and I looked at it in the email. You're right. This is something that could have been brought on the agenda tonight.
Did you respond to the email?
I did. I'll admit a lack of there's a lot going on. Difficulty in terms of working out all the issues to have this meeting and have everybody here tonight. But I did respond to you and we have talked. I fully support your recommendation and I believe hopefully the board as a whole looks forward to having this conversation and moving forward with it. I would have to defer that to
That's not in the agenda.
His response is it was not put on the agenda. And let's be fair with that.
That has to be in place with rules, yes.
So as we can move on to the before we move on to the next agenda item, and we've talked a lot about the petition. A lot of folks have had things to say. Board members have had things to say. Before we close the discussion on that, Ms. Robinson, is there anything that you would like to say about the petition?
Yes, sir.
And then we'll move on to our next agenda item.
Yes, sir, there is. I'd like to thank you for asking that question. The agenda item addressed the petition, and I'd like to just briefly talk about the petition, among other things. The petition that was on social media was inaccurate. It was false. And to consider a person's possible termination based on a petition that is false is quite concerning. Not only...
Guys, she's listened to a lot that we've said. Please.
So I'd just like to very briefly go through the petition and then address some other issues with that. Concerning I think this has been mentioned before, concerning the 2 firearms, there was only 1 firearm brought to the school. The petition says 2. That is inaccurate. That's false. That is quite concerning. With that, in 16 years in my role as a division superintendent, that is the first time that I know of that a gun has been brought to school. That I have failed to demonstrate a pattern of negligence. You have received this, each board member received this. You were contacted Friday night on October 18th regarding the gun incident. We had to wait until law enforcement had finished or conducted their preliminary investigation, but our Facebook post was on Facebook an hour and a half before the Sheriff's Department, and as a matter of fact, I asked Sheriff Fleming to please review that before it was sent. So that comment regarding that the lack of timely information is unacceptable. This occurred at 4:50 on Friday evening. We did not have all of the information. We did have the information by Saturday morning, so that statement is not accurate and is false. Another statement regarding the crime violence report. Some of you have looked at the crime violence report. It has been stated here several times that we have not reported bullying. That's incorrect. That's a false statement. And so I want to clear that up, and we have the report for you, and I think some of you have looked at that report, and you can verify that. The other statement that I want to call is that her actions have fostered an environment where bullying is not addressed, compromising the well-being of our children. The climate survey is given every year by the Virginia Department of Education and the Department of Juvenile Services. For several years, our students have reported between 84 and 89% two things. Number one, that they feel safe in this school, and number two, that they feel that their students and their staff, they can go to their staff, they feel safe. So I don't know how we can say in factual that I have addressed compromising the well-being of our children, when the annual survey that's given every year, and it's taken by students, it's taken by staff, and 84 to 89% of our students report, number one, that our students feel safe in our through 2018 through 2020, through 2022 and 23, our students scored above the median rate of 4.8. They scored 4.9 in that they felt safe in their school and that their teacher and adults cared about them. Again, I don't see where the facts are that our school system is fostering, or I am fostering, to be clear, an environment where bullying and is not addressed and compromising the well-being of our children. I'm not going to address our salary. I think that's been addressed. But I do want to say something about public comment. During public comment, you have heard that our school division has allowed bullying to occur. You have heard that we've turned a blind eye. We've ignored bullying, actions toward children. And as the speakers come to speak, you will also note that the school board and I rarely respond. So as a result, the public believes, oh, the statements must be true. Well, what the public needs to understand very clearly is this. You are only hearing part of the story. You're only hearing what part the audience wants to tell you, not the entire story. Regarding specific allegations regarding any bullying and related material on social media, the school board could easily refute many of the allegations publicly and truthfully. The reason we seldom respond is this, that the rest of the story involves a child. It involves one of our students, and we're not going to embarrass that child by the actions of his parents. Let's talk about, just a moment, about metal detectors. That seems to be a topic. It's been stated that the walk-through temperature metal detectors previously used in our schools during COVID-19 outbreaks provided a deterrent to students considering bringing firearms upon school property, and it was a mistake to take those down. I disagree 100%. Why? Because you, our school board member, our students, our staff knew that as you entered our school, it was apparent that the metal detectors were not in use because they did not give off any audible alarm, and no one was ever stopped or searched. Our own board members walked through them, and they were never stopped or searched. Walking through temperature detectors were never installed at our elementary schools or after COVID-19, and that's where the gun was brought. Let's talk a little bit more about metal detectors. According to the National Center, approximately 3% of schools in the United States have metal detectors in elementary schools. 3%. 12% in the United States. And that depends on the size of the location, the demographics of the school. The usage of metal detectors is notably higher in urban areas and schools with higher minority enrollments, reflecting both safety considerations and community concerns about the atmosphere. Most metal detectors are not used in some of our bigger school systems in Region 7. There are only 3 school divisions out of 19 counties in Region 7 that are using metal detectors. Only one of those is using those in elementary school, and Dickenson County is now the 4th one. Now, some argue that metal detectors can make the school feel safer, that it concerns a checking point, but as a practical matter, our SROs are not involved in the metal detector searches, and educators are rarely trained to perform student searches. As a result of these, metal detectors, according to the National Center for Educational Statistics, in public schools remain a relatively rare security measure. Now, when it comes to public comment and social media, and the statement is made that our administrators and our staff are turning a blind eye, are allowing children to be bullying, not addressing bullying, ignoring it, or not even reporting it, or worse yet, our staff are participating in the bullying of children, I feel strongly compelled to address this issue immediately. I will not and I cannot stay quiet any longer. In October, all of our 3 administrators came and spoke about what they were doing in bullying in our schools. They spoke to you clearly, they presented well. I was very proud of them, and you commented the same thing. As it has been mentioned here before, we have approximately 350 employees that report to work daily in Ridgeview and in our school division. These, they have, when asked, many will tell you that working with children is their calling and the purpose in their lives. And what they do is an amazing job. And for me to sit here and listen that our staff are allowing bullying to go on, are even participating in that, is unjust. Let me be very clear. We have an excellent staff. We provide a safe environment for our students and staff. We have an outstanding school system, and we provide quality education for our children. To state that our staff members allow bullying to go in our schools and do nothing of children is a slap in the face of all of our all of our staff members. But even more serious is this, that a petition on social media with ulterior agendas, full of inaccuracies, can somehow be used as a cause for termination without the staff member given the opportunity prior to a public meeting to address it. And that is unjust. That is illegal. And that's what's been done tonight. Now, I want to share one more thing. This is and I understand I've talked to Mrs. Hill. I have the tape and the transcript of our conversation with you. It's in the blue folder. The first thing that I said to Ms. Hill was, I understand, but I also want you to know this, Ms. Hill. We did not handle that threat well when it was reported. I apologized to her on the behalf of the school and the school division. And I said to her these words, "The buck stops with me, and I'm responsible. And this is what I have done to make sure that this does not ever happen again." And it has been done. It has been done several times. It has been done with all of our administrators. It has been done clearly. When Ms. Hill asked me why I did not think that the two items were connected, this is what I said to her. I said, "Ms. Hill, based on the information that I have, the two items, the two issues are not related because, number one, from October the 7th to the 18th, there were no other reports of bullying. Nothing else was reported in the school. There were no other threats. Nothing. I said, I know that you as a parent and how you feel. I would feel the same way, but I have to tell the truth. And the truth is that after 30 plus years of experience, I do not see the connection between the threat and the gun that was brought to school. Now, I know that I am not going to change the minds of these parents. I'm not going to even try. Now,
guys,
excuse me just a moment. Now, this is not just my thought. Let me read you an email that the board received just this week from a meeting that I had with Special Investigator Mike Stidham and Special Investigator Tim Powers. And it says, "This morning I met with Special Investigator Tim Powers and Mike Stidham to discuss the gun incident that occurred at Ridgeview Elementary School. They provided a thorough review of their investigation results and actions related to the incident on the bus on Friday, October 18th. Their discussion included their interactions with a second grade child, the mother, the sister, and other witnesses. Both investigators, and you have this in your folder, both investigators detailed their conversations with the child and the mother, the location of the gun, where the gun was found, and the whereabouts of the keys, and the relevant details from the incident. We also addressed the sister's threat made on Monday, October the 7th. I explained in detail the procedures and steps that were implemented in all of our schools for handling that threat. I acknowledged, as I did with Ms. Hill several times on that meeting, that proper steps had not been taken in the specific incident on October 7th. She and the other parents should have been called. They were not. They were not, and that is a breakdown in communication, and I was the first one to admit that to her and took full responsibility for that. Furthermore, I ensured the Mrs. Hill, but I also ensured the administrators that all administrators had received a written reminder of the procedures for handling threats at schools. This is what the investigators concluded. The investigators concluded that based on the evidence that the child who brought the gun to school did not intend to cause harm. However, this is law enforcement. However, bringing a gun to school is still considered a serious threat. Their investigation revealed no evidence connecting the sister's threat on October the 7th with the gun incident on October the 18th, even though they acknowledged, as I do, that the parents of the children involved in the threat believe that there is a connection. They state the evidence does not point to a connection. Now, before I sent this email to the board, I asked Special Investigator Mike Stidham and Tim Powers to review the information and to make certain that it was accurate. Special Investigator Tim Powers confirmed the accuracy of the information in this email by a phone call late this afternoon, and therefore you received this email. So when we have a petition that is inaccurate, and we're looking at a cause or a termination of an employee based on a social media petition that is inaccurate, that is full of inaccuracies, when we have said to the parents that we understand how they feel, but that we don't see a connection, and I was very clear that if I did see a connection, I would state that. And the last thing I want to say is this, because it's been brought up that the parents were not contacted. They should have been contacted on October the 7th. They were not. But let me say this very clearly. Once this becomes a law enforcement incident, law enforcement has been very clear to us that we are not to contact or compromise any of their investigation. Okay? None of their investigation. And that's been said to us time and time again. Officer Mullins, on the day after, on the Monday, came to see me, and her words to me were, Officer, Special Investigator Tim Powers says, for you to please not investigate or interview anyone involved, could be possibly involved with the gun incident on Friday. That was very clear. We are not to investigate. That is not our lane. Police enforcement do that, and that's their job, and we are not to investigate. So I just want to make sure, and I, again, appreciate the opportunity to speak on the petition, to speak, and again, I say it publicly to the parents here, that you should have been contacted on October the 7th. You were not. We have taken steps to make certain that that does not happen again. But to look at a person termination based on a petition that is false, that has inaccuracies, that the public does not know the rest of the story, is unjust. Is unjust. Is unjust. Thank you, Mr. Hicks, for the opportunity to speak. May I, are there any board members that have a question?
Yes, I'd like to respond to that. The petition being on the agenda is based upon a community outcry. We're not here to litigate every comment that was made by anybody here. It is to address the public concern.
The agenda item did not say that, Mr. Hackney. The agenda item said the petition.
To address the petition. That gives an opportunity to people to say whatever they want to say. It doesn't have to be, when people speak in public comment, they have the right to say what they want to say. That's their First Amendment right.
Yes, sir.
And I'll say this, to suggest that these parents that came here tonight, that their concerns are somehow not valid or inaccurate, these parents that come here to spoke tonight had a direct involvement with this. They know what happened. And I don't appreciate them being invalidated by their concerns for their children.
That is correct, Mr. Hackney, but that's not what the agenda item said. The agenda item said specifically addressing the petition. And what I'm sharing with you and the rest of the board is that that petition, if we're talking about the division superintendent, that petition was inaccurate. You can always also hear and read the transcript from Ms. Hill that I said to her.
I'll be willing to talk to any one of them. I've talked to all of them.
Thank you. Mr. Hicks, may I answer?
Yes, go ahead.
Again, that is a law enforcement this,
Guys, you asked the question, let her answer. Guys, let her answer the question she was
Mr.
asking.
Hicks, if I may answer you and the board, the question I think is the bullets in the statement that the sheriff's department No, ma'am. No, sir. Excuse me just a moment. At the time that I made the statement at the last board meeting, that is the information that I had from law enforcement. On October the 19th, or whenever our last board meeting was, and I'm sorry, I can't remember the exact date, the law enforcement was involved in the investigation on Friday, October the 18th. From then on, it was a law enforcement issue. School officials are told that they are not to get involved in a law enforcement issue, and that is what was done. What I said, I still stand by what I said that night, and excuse me just a moment.
Yes.
No, ma'am, they were not. And you did not know a thing, and that was not correct. And as I spoke to Ms. Hill, that is correct. That is correct. I could not say anything. That was a law enforcement issue. I could not say anything. But let me say this, because I have been, when a superintendent talks they're talking to the board. Excuse me just a moment.
Yes.
I just want to say one more thing, okay? The parents that feel that their child was in risk, I understand where you're feeling. I get it. As I shared with Ms. Hill and as I shared with you last month, this is very personal to me. Whether you believe it or not, these children are my children. I have worked in this school system for 16 years. I have worked 12, 15-hour days to get where we are. I want to say this. I understand where parents are, but there is a law enforcement investigation. If I had felt on that day that there was a connection or there was harm when that child brought that gun, I would have said that. I would have had to say that because that was the ethical thing to say. But as I talked to the teacher, as I saw what the child had done that day, I could not truthfully say that there was a connection. Thank you, Mr. Hicks.
Thank you. Board members, anybody else have
Go ahead,
anything to
please.
address? Yes. We've got to move on. We've got, board members, y'all have anything else to talk about anybody?
Well, we can move on to the next agenda item, but, the suggestion that the agenda item are connected because they're on the same night, we are addressing the petition, This is just a culmination. I think that a lot of people spoke about things probably way back before the petition. I think several of you did. The petition was to address community concerns. We did that. That's what we did. It's a different agenda item completely. The next one that we're about to take up for consideration of future employment status of the superintendent, that's a different agenda item. And to suggest that it's illegal for us to bring that agenda item, I spoke to our school board attorney about that. There's nothing illegal about it. We can bring that on the agenda at any time. The superintendent works at the pleasure of the board, and our school board serves at the will of the people. We can bring that at any time. That is not illegal. That is not correct.
Who said it was illegal?
She did. She said it was illegal. And what Brittany said was not in the petition. Thank you, Brittany.
I don't understand what it said.
What, Mr. Brown?
I didn't hear exactly, I don't understand exactly what was said there. How do you mean it's illegal if it's not illegal? Why?
I would recommend to the next agenda item.
Next agenda item. All right, moving right along. Next agenda item is the consideration of the future employment status of the superintendent. Any discussion?
Chairman Hicks, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to remove the superintendent from her position.
I second.
With Dickenson County Public Schools effective immediately.
I second.
Is there any further discussion? And do you guys want a roll call vote with that?
I suppose.
Okay.
I mean, it's the only way to do it, ain't it?
We'll do a roll call vote.
Roll call vote.
All right.
Mr. Mullins?
We keep Ms. Robinson.
Mr. Vanover?
My motion stands.
Mr. Hicks?
No.
No. Keeper or no?
Yeah, we're keeping.
Just wanted to clarify that. Mr. Reisnick?
Shoot.
My second stands.
Okay, that's 3-2. Ms. Robinson.
All right, thank you. All right. Our next agenda item is information for the school board. Mrs. Robinson, can you believe that?
Can we call a recess for 5 minutes?
Let them yeah.
about ready to give it up already. If one recall counts, that'd be some.
Meeting moving for a little while.
I wouldn't recess right now.
Yeah, let's keep it going, just for a little while.
All right, Ms. Robinson, information for the school board, please.
Yes, sir. In your packet, under information from the board, and several of you are going to already be participating in the Virginia BSBA Annual Convention on November the 22nd to the 20th through the 22nd. And that we wish you, please see Tanya Baker for your charge cards and reservations, information, and so on that way. Thank you, Mr. Hicks.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Robinson, will you please tell us good news from our schools?
Yes, sir. I will be glad to. Again, we've talked about our Lady Pack volleyball team on their victory over Marion, and then also on their victory to beat Radford, and they will be playing on Wednesday night at 6 p.m. And so we wish them luck. Mr. Short mentioned the Ridgeview Scholastic team, and so we wish them the very best as they continue on their quest for that. The Wolfpack football team is playing on Friday at Union, and they're going on with their playoffs. I also have, Mr. Chair, an email from Mr. McCullough. And Mr. McCullough, and I don't know that I can read all the names, but we have several students that are participating in the Virginia Tech High Honors Band, and they will be participating in 2025. And we also, if I may, just a moment, let me check my email, because Mr. Casey Page also has all district participants: Alyssa Sparrow, alto; Tanner Smith, Alex Smith tenor; middle school junior soprano, Piper McCowan; Rebecca Farmer Fuller, Cadence Fields, Isabella Davis, Lindley Vyers, and then junior alto is Sophia Mullins. So we have students that are not only participating in the band, but they're also participating in the honors band program at Virginia Tech. So congratulations to all of those students and to their instructors. I also like to ask Ms. Martin to come up and talk to us about our enrollment for the month of October, I think. Ms. Martin.
Am I on? Yes, there we go. Good evening, board members. Tonight I bring you the attendance and enrollment for October. In your packet, you have, of course, the attendance percentages, the comparison grid that I do you that compares for the last 4 years. There's the entry and withdrawals for each school, the absence intervention team summary, that's the formerly known as the attendance committee. There's a summary of all 3 schools, their notes from their monthly meeting, and then our monthly picture. That has pictures from last month and this month, where I wasn't able to give you last month's picture, so I just sort of combined it. For the month of October, we show 1,720 students enrolled in K through 12. We have 76 students in the pre-K and postgraduate programs, and we have 7 students in the 3-year-old program, for a total of 1,803 students. Our monthly attendance percentages: Ridgeview Elementary School pulled out with 91.22% for the month, so they won the attendance banner for the month of October. Ridgeview High School was close behind with 90.89%. Ridgeview Middle School with 90.32%. So overall, for the 3 schools, we had 90.81 for October And as you can see, each school continues to be in the 90 percentile, which we're tickled to death with that. That's our goal for the year, that we try to stay in the 90s. And so we're very pleased with that. As you go down the page that I've provided with you, if you'll look at our chronic numbers, of course, if school was to end right now, our chronic numbers don't look too good. And of course, that's just a numbers thing, is what you divide into to get those numbers. But if school was to end at 180 days, we're looking really good compared to what we were at this point last year. Presently, Ridgeview Elementary School is at 2% if we were to end at the end of the school year. Ridgeview High School at 5%, Ridgeview Middle School at 2%. This time last year, we were in the teens, so we're looking real well. So I'm real pleased with that. I've also included with you, you do have the notes from the intervention team. The group is working on different incentives, different engagements, family engagements, different things that they're doing for the students. They're working on, of course, working with students who are having some attendance problems, and they try to work with those families to see what the barriers are and try to work with them. And then, of course, focusing on student support and any kind of help that they can help, to assist families with any issues that they have. We'll continue to monitor any chronic absenteeism, and we'll report that back to you each month. Any questions that you may have about attendance or anything, or chronic absenteeism, that I could answer at this point?
Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Thank you so much.
Is that we have more good news, or was that last?
That was, thank you, sir, that was it.
We're on to the next one.
Yes, sir.
Our next agenda item is the demolition and construction update, Ms. Robinson.
Yes, sir, and I'm going to do Tim Burge tonight. Just an update on the additional parking lot for staff. The new parking lot has been paved, and the contractor is working to complete the stripping and backfill of curbing. It is anticipated that the school will be able to start using the new parking lot by Monday, November the 25th, and so we're very excited about that. The contractor will still be installing corrosion and sediment control measures, but it is not anticipated that will affect faculty, staff being able to use the new lot. The demolition process at Sand Lake Elementary School is now completed with all the approvals by the Department of Environmental Quality. We are now waiting for the Corps to schedule the deed transference of the Sand Lake property to the county. This was tentatively scheduled for the week of November 4th through the 8th, but had been rescheduled again by the Corps. We'll certainly keep you updated for the new dates. When the transference of the Sand Lake property takes place, it will involve the school board and Larry Barton, County Administrator, and the Board of Supervisors. Are there any questions or anything about that? It seems like that's been a long process.
Any questions, board members? All right, the next agenda item is the discussion and/or approval of the DCPS cell phone education draft policy. Ms.
All
Wright.
right, thank you.
Mouthful.
Yeah, it is, sir. It is. We have had this item on the agenda for several, I guess for 2 or 3 months now. You have received the final draft. The final draft has some changes. Bell to bell in Dickenson County Schools will be from 8 a.m. to school dismissal. Under disciplinary action, a fourth disciplinary consequence was added, which was referral to the discipline committee. And again, we've had great participation from our administrators on this, and we thank them very much. They've had a lot of feedback. We also want to thank our teachers. They also had some very good suggestions, which we incorporated in the final draft. And so now we are just awaiting final guidance from the board as to where the next direction for the cell phone policy to be adopted, or do we need further discussion? The policy, according to Governor Youngkin's Executive 33, Order Executive 33, has to be implemented by January 1, 2025. So, Mr. Chair and board members, I guess we're just seeking guidance as to how to proceed.
Have everybody feel like they've had adequate time to review the draft policy at this point in time for cell phone? Yeah. No. Y'all feel good then? So do I hear a motion for the approval of the DCPS cell phone free education draft policy?
So moved.
Got a motion? Do I hear a second? Second. All right. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There we go. All right. At this time, we will have board comments. Mr. Mullins, we'll start with you.
I've got one simple statement. When something bad happens in life, the key to life is to make something good come out of it.
Just state that the public wanted a chance to have their voice heard, and I think they were given that chance. The vote was held, 3-2. That's why we have 5 different board members. And I think it's on to the business at hand, trying to make our schools better, and we have a lot to do, and I think we'll get there.
Mr. Razak?
First of all, I'd like to apologize to all the Central Office people. I didn't mean for that to go that way, but my hearing aids kind of let me not hear what was going on. I didn't realize people were upset there until I got through that. We've got the best Central Office staff in Virginia, in my opinion, and the best principals, and the best kids, best teachers, best cooks. I mean, I think of the magnanimity of having to fix that many meals every day, coming back into this building is clean and everything, and then having the kids get around and work so well. So many of them have positive experiences in this school, and I so hope we can help those that do not begin to have those positive experiences. I certainly appreciate the work that all of you do to keep this school division in the good shape that it's in. We have too many good folks come up here to be honored for their excellence, and in the athletics, all those folks working hard to be honored for their hard work. For all of those academic competitions that the people come in here and see so much good, somehow overshadowed by some of the things that are kind of dark. So I'm happy to see the light shine. I'm happy to be a part of it. And I just hope Ridgeview and all involved, all the families, I'll say this, my heart goes out to those parents that were so had their lives just devastated, hearing and having to go through what they had to go through. We were ordered to stay out of that investigation by our attorney. I wasn't allowed to meet with the superintendent. She called me and asked me to come meet. I guess he hadn't talked to her, but he told me not to go. As a principal, I lost 3 kids. One little girl, I held her hand for 6 years up Phillips Hollow, walking up the steps of the bus. Her little legs were short. I became the assistant principal later. She quit, of course, didn't ride by the bus then, and I can remember every day in the lunch line she got cancer, and every day in the lunch line I noticed her hair kept getting different, and I went up and hugged her and gave her a little sugar every day. And then one day she wasn't there. Then at Clintwood Elementary, a little Mullins girl just out and played on the playground. Went home, went out to play in the yard, and she fell over. Her life just left her. Her mother came down to see me after the funeral, and she kept asking, you know, what happened. I looked around and talked to all the teachers. Nobody had any answer for her. It was just pitiful. And then we had Sarah posting that terrific wreck that she was in that crippled her, and she's in a wheelchair still today. And when I came in, they was talking about what you do. The superintendent before me, they had a lawsuit, and he wouldn't fix the, she needed a handicapped bathroom, and they were in a lawsuit, and he wouldn't agree to it. When I came superintendent, I just asked Doug, and I said, what does it cost? And he told me, it costs a lot less than we spend a lawyer. So, you know, those things, we tend to not look at the right depth of things and the order they ought to be. And then little boy in third grade, Lord Dustin Turner, I'll never forget him as long as I live. He was my assistant principal. He spent a lot of time in the office before I lived that little guy. We sent Debbie, the nurse, and another teacher. He was in the hospital in Charlottesville, and we got word he passed away. And I called the state trooper, and the state trooper's office in Withville and told him I had 2 employees on the road going to take food and clothing and supplies to the parents in Charlottesville. And the trooper that pulled them over and told them, of course, Debbie told them they was going to go to the hospital and be with the parents and take the things anyway. They was pretty well up the road, but it happened to be a boy that I had in school that graduated there at Urgent High School, Malcolm Austin, and I thought the good Lord intervened there. I'll say this, those really stick with me and will as long as I live. Those that I had a good career, I think, taking care of kids in a good way, especially those 10 years of elementary school. You kind of feel like they're your own kids, and you try to make it the best house they could be in. For all the professors that taught me, all the classes that I took, for everything that we ever did good for children and keep them healthy and safe and well taught, and concerning all the safety and the different discussions about metal detectors. I'll say again, I did a good job taking care of those kids who were able there. Took a lot of time, my time and effort and special ed, a lot of things I may look into after hearing a lot of this discussion. Areas we may need to put a little more focus on. But I can tell you the one thing they never taught me in all my school. And I don't care, 12.4% of the United States, that doesn't sound like much until you get a gun in the school. None of those professors ever taught me what I could do to help a child that was dead. And that's a fact. And I'll do everything within my power to make sure they're alive and well. The best, I don't care what it costs, or who disagrees with it, or what anybody else thinks. I'll do my part to keep his kids good over, safe and sound as we can.
Mr. Hackney?
Just reiterate again, like I said, this is how the democratic process is supposed to work tonight. I reiterate what Mr. Vanover says. You know, you have a vote. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. You move on to the next issue, and you tackle the next problem, whatever it is. We had an election last Tuesday. A lot of people were very happy. Here, lesser people were very upset, I'm sure. But as a country, you move on together, and you try to make it better, whatever it is, whether you're on the winning side or losing side. Tonight's no different. We got to look at what's next. We got to look at how we make it better. We move on, and we figure it out. That's what we're here for. We answer to the community. We answer to the people. I think Mr. Mullen says it probably more than we've heard it a lot, but we appreciate you saying it. You have these tough issues that you have a vote on, and like I said, in this process, you vote your conscience, you move on, and that's the way the system is set up. That's how it's supposed to work. That's what happened tonight, and I appreciate all the input from everybody, and I appreciate the men that I serve on this board with, and I appreciate all our staff in the schools. I think some important things were brought out tonight. I think I see Chelsea still back here. Chelsea, thank you so much. I really appreciate your taking an initiative and wanting to make change. I've heard the saying, if you want change, be the change. That's what you're doing. Very, very, very proud of that, and thank you. Ms. Harrison spoke tonight about an important issue that is incumbent upon us. You know, in the code of Virginia, we have a responsibility considering evaluations. We have to evaluate ourselves. We don't always, as a board, evaluate ourselves. We're not only to evaluate the school system and the superintendent, we have to evaluate ourselves. If we're not doing something we're supposed to be doing, we have to call ourselves out for that, and I'll do that tonight. And thank you, Ms. Harrison, for your words tonight. And I'll just close by saying I think one of the first things tonight was congratulating our volleyball team. I'm so proud of where they are and getting ready, and I'm very happy with the work that was done by Coach Grant and Miss Robinson to get the game home Wednesday night. Is that right? It's Wednesday night?
It's Wednesday night, sir.
And we're playing at home.
And we play at home, yes.
That's fantastic.
Yay.
A huge opportunity in a state semifinal, and that wouldn't have happened without Coach Grant, Miss Robinson, calling out a mistake that had been made by VHSL. So we appreciate that. We're very happy to be playing that game at home. Very proud of our football team with a big win last week over Tazewell. And now we've got Union coming up Friday night at Union. No offense, we hope we get the win down there at Bullock Park, okay? So, yeah, that's a big game. And like I said, we have, and don't let, I think it's easy when you have a night like tonight to get caught up on the issues at hand and the problems at hand. We have them, not denying that this is not a perfect school system. We have them, and we were allowed people to address those things. But there's a lot of positive things to talk about, especially with our student body and our teachers. So proud of the work that they do, and so proud of our students. Thank you.
Mr. Hackney, I'd just like to clarify that Coach Grant, Kent Grant, our AD, is the one that did all of the work. I was called in at the 12th hour to make the phone calls and to get the process going. I just want to recognize Coach Grant.
Okay, so thank you.
It was Coach Grant who did a lot of the calling and then called me yesterday and then this morning. And so just a lot of credit to him and thank him for his dedication. Thank you.
Well, all the intelligent people have spoken, so I'll finish out, I guess. This was a shocking incident for our entire community and our schools. It's got us fractured just a little bit. I understand. My heart goes out to those parents who were not notified on, I don't know, we've thrown so many dates out here, but the 7th, I think, is the date.
Yes, sir.
But it was the original with threat assessment there. As Mr. Robinson said, that was not conducted correctly. There was a mistake there, and that they should have been notified. And so that's where the gravity of the mistake went. Then as this thing sort of snowballs and goes from there, it becomes a police investigation and those kind of things. And I want to just maybe ease the public's frustrations maybe just a little bit. I know they get frustrated with us because several of them have mentioned about communicating with them and when they email and some of those things. I'll be sure to read all those. I don't always respond, because a lot of times those things deal with, as a board, if there's an issue that has to be discussed, maybe take some action on, those kind of things, and have a personnel hearing or those kind of things, or even with a student, we have to kind of remain unbiased in that. And so it's why, sometimes you have to protect yourself just a little bit so that you can be an unbiased person on the backside of those kind of issues. I want to say a big thank you to our administration and staff. I know we put a lot on you, and to do it really quick from the last meeting, to ask you to begin using those metal detectors and get those things back in, and wanding children and those kind of things. And I know it was a task, and from all understanding that I've heard from it, you pulled it off greatly, and so we definitely appreciate that. I appreciate the support of these guys, as we begin to thinking about upgrading those things to more modern weapons detection things, which would make it much easier on our kids, much easier on our staff, and that flow will come through. So hopefully we can continue to look at those and hopefully get those very soon. I don't know the timeline right now. I know that we've been looking, but I appreciate everybody coming to speak tonight. Like I said, we may be fractured a little bit, and we have different opinions about different things, but it's good to hear. And no matter what it is, I think Ms. Martin, personally, we've heard a lot about bullying, and reached out to Ms. Martin and Ms. Robinson and said, I'd really like to look into our student surveys that we've had over the last several years. And because, those questions that are asked about bullying and those things that are asked are answers from what kids say, answers what our faculty say. So, going back and look at that, it showed we wasn't perfect, but it didn't show that anybody was. But sometimes we were better than the state through those years, and a lot of times we were better than the region in our years as far as those surveys go. So I was really proud of that. Doesn't mean that we're 100% perfect at all, but it does show that we're, not as bad as maybe we thought. We're always room for improvement. I appreciate our administrators in October really focusing on the anti-bullying month. I feel confident that it's not just going to be October that they'll be talking about bullying. They'll talk about it each and every month and address that with our students. So, we're here where we are tonight. As Mr. Hackney pointed out, I'm proud to serve with these gentlemen. Continue to hope to work together as we move forward and do the best we can do for our school system. There's a lot said for somebody not being too intelligent, because I know it wasn't pretty incoherent, I'm sure. Anybody else got anything? All right. So we'll go into closed session. Closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3711, Paragraph A of the Code of Virginia. There'll be a closed meeting for the purpose of employment issues related to the discussion or consideration of specific individuals for employment as elementary education pre-K 6 teachers, special education teachers, part-time attendance clerk, part-time aides, substitutes, coaches, FMLA, retirement and resignations pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1. And then discussion and consideration of student disciplinary matters pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A2. And 3, to consult with legal counsel regarding the investment of public funds associated with school construction and consolidation consultation regarding actual or probable litigation, along with consultation regarding specific matters requiring legal advice pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A, 6, 7, and 8 of the Code of Virginia. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Is there a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved. Second.
And a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now out of closed session. Ms. Robinson, will you please read the certification for us?
Yes, sir. Excuse me. Whereas the Dickenson County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dickenson County School Board hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, 1, only the public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed, and 2, only such business matters as were identified in the motion in which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. Would you please certify?
I certify.
I certify.
I certify.
I certify.
I certify.
Are there any motions coming from closed session?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that student number 3589 recommended for expulsion for a period of 365 days.
Motion to hear a second.
Second.
Have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Do we have any other motions coming?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve employment recommendations as presented in closed session.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Do we have any other business to discuss? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Have a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any